Well, it was lovely. Do you have any plans now? Hey there, killer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sleep okay?
Just fine.
It didn't look comfy. I'm sorry I didn't move you.
Move me?
I moved it. The night before last.
Vera, right?
Vera.
Vera. Oh, sorry, I probably should have expected you to be here. Anyway. I just wanted to check in.
Right.
I'm sort of passed out on the bench there, so...
That was the night before last.
Was it? It was. Kind of blended together a bit. I kind of spent my sleep yesterday. Meditation. But, you know, yeah.
Right. I have some things to get to.
Good luck. May fortune guide you.
Not quite sure what to get to today.
I suppose just going for a walk is something.
Roaming around in the streets is not quite my thing. Trying to find a way out.
What's your thing?
I prefer being out of sight. And I don't know. Roaming freely is a strange feeling.
It does feel safer to be out of sight. Or at least more obscure.
Yeah.
By the way, I was reading in the library yesterday, and there was something I wanted to question you.
What?
What do orcs look like?
Orcs. I've not seen many, but that one guy might be one. Green, big, burly, typically, from what I've seen. But
So they're more like very big orcs. Goblins.
orcs are orcs, yes. I suppose so, yeah. That kind of makes sense. Why do you ask for orcs specifically?
Because they didn't exist when I was last conscious.
Really?
But I read about them. Yes,
I jump.
you seem to have fallen.
I jump. When did they come to existence? What happened for that to happen?
If you'd like, I can just show you the book. It might be easier than me trying to explain it myself. After all, I do not hold all the context.
I suppose.
I'm trying to catch up.
This is killing me. I actually don't know where to go. Do you have any ideas?
Considering I have not been around to find out what's, available to pass the time, I don't believe I am the one you wished the question with that.
I mean, ideas of buildings to get onto.
Well, I would like to spend more time in the library, but I don't think that would be useful for your interests.
If you want to spend more time in the library, you
I
can.
did there yesterday.
That's true.
Perhaps later. You've not eaten yet. Perhaps we should get that sorted.
Now,
We don't want to start unhealthy habits of missing breakfast.
I've missed plenty of breakfasts. Wouldn't be the first one.
Then we are going to break that habit.
There might be people down there.
If there are people down there, then you can speak with them. We need to start making alliances.
I guess I don't.
If world is ending, we need as many friends as we can get.
I don't know how to speak to them. I don't know how to communicate with them whatsoever. I don't understand them. They elude me completely.
Perhaps you can converse with them on that very topic.
Why? Why would they care?
Because you need allies. The Kalypsia is part of this entire thing, and they themselves are also aboard the Kalypsia with you. Whether you like it or not. As long as you are aboard this ship, you are allies with them by proxy. Getting acquainted with said allies when things get tough, it will be more beneficial. Even if the acquaintanceship is just false and for your own gain, it is still better than this.
It just feels off. I don't know.
You are not comfortable with this sort of interaction. It is normal for it to feel off. You will get acquainted with it eventually.
What would they care anyway? I'm just trying to leave this place. This whole prophecy thing, I don't know, I don't think I'm made for heroics.
This isn't a matter of heroics. It's a matter of the world not being destroyed, and thus you with it. This isn't a matter of saving the day and becoming a legend. It's a state of trying to survive and doing everything you can to achieve that. You are a capable individual. You would be able to help these people and save everything, including yourself.
How?
Whether you want the title of hero or not. I don't know specifics, but you have a crossbow for a reason. You clearly know how to use it. It's not about any of that, I don't know what it is.
The reason I feel this way about everything going on, I guess. I don't know. Everything's too open suddenly.
Emotionally or physically?
Kind of both, I guess. I don't know.
Well, environmentally/physically, this is a very open environment. It's very large. Emotionally, I suppose you're just not used to my presence. And having someone to rely on. And it's going to feel strange to open up to someone.
Maybe it's just breaking the routine. I don't know.
It's a new lifestyle. Give it time.
I don't like it.
Not everyone likes change. But sometimes change can be good.
It's too calm here. This way.
There's a lot of people coming this way.
I can tell. That's a bit more my speed. Running away from people. More comfortable. I like being around them.
You're going to have to get out of your comfort zone eventually. Why not on your own terms? Rather than, well, when you're forced to.
Why, though?
You already know my reasoning for that.
I do, but I don't understand it.
Simply put, if the end of the world comes and there are only so many slots of those who can survive, people are likely to root for you if you're their friend. Does that put it more into perspective?
I don't know.
We saw you.
It just doesn't make sense why I should be around for it.
Because if the world ends, so does you. So do you. Sorry.
Well, it'd be the end of a miserable life, that's for sure.
As well as every, including me.
Yes, but if I'm not doing it for myself, then I'm doing it for others, which gets more into the heroics speak again.
Not really. Those who seek heroics are usually doing it for fame or a sense of self-righteousness, not necessarily for those they care about as the only goal. When you step into doing whatever is necessary for those you care about, likely to become what's known as an anti-hero.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you're doing the heroic things, but for self-gain rather than for righteousness. I suppose that's one way to put it, if we're speaking about this specific context.
Why are you so intent on convincing me?
Because I am Shade. I am your lifelong companion. It is my job to look out for you. live on and meet many more casters that I get to take care of.
Yeah, I'm definitely changing back to my tower after today. But why am I needed in all this? What difference does it make?
One person can make a world of a difference.
I wonder what they're talking about over there.
Sorry, I was in my own thoughts. Could you repeat yourself?
But I what?
Repeat yourself.
I was just wondering what they were talking about.
You could always ask. Or I could ask for you.
No, I could just listen in on it.
Not going to get anywhere with that kind of mindset, you know. Also, you realize that while you're not visible to them, I can very easily break that illusion that you are not here.
Yes, but
There is no more hiding.
maybe, as far as they know, it's just you.
I would not be talking to nothing.
You're making this really hard.
Good, I'm trying to.
Why'd you pick a dress?
Down there. Is there an issue with my dress?
No, it's just I don't wear one.
You don't. I am still following your visage. I am just wearing a different set of clothing.
You want me to talk with the one that...
The one who was apologetic about not carrying you back to the Kalypsia the other day.
Yeah. I mean...
You seem somewhat content to speak with them, why not?
I saw what's under the mask and recognized it. Don't. I don't know.
Perhaps we should start small. Try to befriend one person other than myself. They seem a good place to start, don't you think?
I wouldn't even know how to do it.
I'll be with for a step of the way. I can help.
Where do you want me to start with them?
Start with sharing interests. Find if there are any common factors. Perhaps if there are any factors that are similar in your histories. Places you've been. Things that you've
Places, I think. I haven't been outside of this fucking city.
Then places that you wish to go. Perhaps they have insight into them. Even conversations about current ongoings could be a start.
I think I'd just rather not.
Wish to spend the rest of your days here sitting and watching everything go by.
reason I'm not doing anything is because if I do what I want to do, then I can't count on that ship. And that's a problem.
As I said before, you can still befriend people with the intention of your own self-interest. False friendships are more reliable than no friendships. At least if you're keeping up the visage that you are genuinely their friend.
I suppose so. I want to do what I do best when I scare the shit out of someone. Many people. I'll try them later.
Or perhaps you can try them now.
Oh, it's funny to scare people when it's only one person.
Following your pull is actually coming in far more useful than other casters.
Maybe I can sneak a little snack. Oh, victim number one.
Oh, it's chicken wings.
What's the snack of the day?
Snack of the day, I don't know yet. I don't know what Rivendell really has to offer. Most of it's been kind of lackluster.
I enjoy the pears.
I do as well.
Yes, Rivendell is known for its pears.
I don't know what Rivendell's known for. What?
Magic. And I don't know.
What was that?
I was just demonstrating how I enjoy the pears.
Oh,
This is a
right.
big fucking apple.
Yes.
Such a big apple. I am a beautiful fruit.
You are.
Are you an apple?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take an apple. Not you, not you.
You should take this apple. This is the apple that I have.
Why do you want me to take you? I'm not taking you.
Don't take me, Shane.
No offense. I'm sure you're a great apple.
I feel very sorry for your shadow. I'm sorry that you have to deal with him. Doesn't like apples from a shade.
Well, you said you were. It's not that it's from you, it's that you are the apple.
So what's the news?
I don't know. I just got here from the ship.
Right.
So a new ally. Perfect opportunity.
So I've been recovering.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
He has been recovering.
So how have you been recovering?
Oh,
Time is it?
see? Just fine.
Nice.
Moving around, running, jumping. I don't know what you want me to say.
Cool. How's the dagger been treating you?
Just fine. It's working well, I guess. Pretty solid.
Good. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I'm kind of a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Spent like my entire life making things. Grew up in a forge, so kind of
In a forge?
well, in a smithy. I lived in one.
I suppose that makes sense.
Not as good as my dad, but definitely the best aboard the Kalypsia, and definitely here. Definitely the best in Rivendell at current.
I believe that. Not hard to be the best at a thing in Rivendell, considering the place.
Yeah, I mean, they got me beat with magic, but then again, I'm not really trying to beat them in that. Not really too interested in magic, other than runes.
Hmm.
Oh, it reminds me, I need to find Mrs. McSqueaks to help me learn Mind Rune.
Why?
But she's gonna help teach me Mind Rune. I've been
Why?
learning it since we arrived in Rivendell, and I mean it. I was doing it for a friend. They lost their
Why?
voice, and I thought if I learned the Mind Rune, I could make a device that, combined with the Air Rune and the Spectrum Rune, that you could make sounds through the device. And she could speak through it. But the Mind Rune could be useful for other things too, so, yeah.
Please don't step on Damon.
What?
You stepped on Damon.
Who?
The scythe.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be blocking being on the ground.
Maybe
Taking
watch your
about
step.
half
Exactly.
the- Okay.
So rude.
Chickens, am I right?
Chloe. See you next.
Next, no.
Need a pint.
What?
I saw him a while ago. But like, a very, very while ago.
You were really close. You know, if that mask wasn't on, I'd be half tempted to,
Ooh, I don't want to listen to him trying to flirt.
Which one?
Who do you think?
I don't know.
From what I've seen, Leto has attempted to flirt with every single woman he's seen across his path. Even me.
I see.
So, little pathetic if you ask me. More people I haven't seen.
We used to. Merin hungry.
You're not helping, you know?
I'm helping as much as I wish to.
Doesn't make me curious as to why they took us. That does not make the new bread. If you don't supply the material, there'll be an extra charge. Either way, you can probably get it done.
Are you trying to get away from me?
Not from you, from others. I know I can't get away from you. You've made that very, very clear.
You are correct.
Maybe this way. Alright. nowhere to go. Where did she go? Oh.
I feel terrible for forgetting her name.
Who?
The shade we met earlier.
The one who's with Nyx?
Was it Aina?
Aina.
Alia? Aina. Ugh, of course it comes back to me as soon as I walk away. I feel so rude for saying your shade.
That's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
It feels rude. It's like someone coming to me objectifying your shade. I mean, I wouldn't care, but some people are finicky that way.
I do not know where to go.
Perhaps to the individuals who are standing around town.
Why do you keep trying to make me do that?
Well, it's more than likely to have some tasks that they are undergoing, and thus that will fill up your itinerary in the process. So you won't be walking around the town thinking, I don't know what to do.
Yes, but who says they want me
The pros
there?
outweigh the cons. Who says they don't?
Me.
You could be incorrect.
Hello.
It would be unfortunate if I was your sole companion for the rest of your lifetime.
I mean, you ask me, I wouldn't mind. So, which group first?
Sorry, I was in my own head again. Would you like to say it again?
Which group first?
Either one.
You're so helpful.
Both of them have shades, so... Also, I apologize for yelling at you a minute ago.
Yelling?
Yes,
When
but I
did you
said I was
yell?
in my own head.
You weren't yelling, you just...
Yelling at you.
No, you just spoke normally.
Yes, that very shade that is yelling.
Like, if you look
Oh.
at it, a fucking, like, tense, and I mean it, You are not.
That must be really
I
exhausting.
am not supposed to
I
be
don't
in it.
suppose you've heard
Well, think
anything.
about it. The ocean's full of
Yelling.
different kinds of fish. There's fish that live shiny
Just
and red.
all of it.
Trying to
There's
find
fish
where
that
it is.
tan.
Attention.
In the fucking
I
tank.
guess so.
You will find me.
Who's one? Okay.
Something.
Wood woolly. Never mind.
Childhood.
I don't suppose it's exhausting. I mean, used to it, I suppose. As is every other one of kind.
Oh,
Assume.
I guess.
wait, we will not come to that mistake.
I'm one dimension higher than you,
We will not.
Hello,
I don't
my
think
lord.
that's real. I think you're just saying that.
Ooh, sorry. Hey, little. Cool
was
wank
very
thing.
sarcastic.
Thanks for the
That's
gun,
not
by the
how
way. It
you
was
make
really
friends.
useful. It allowed me to stay away from any trouble, mostly.
In fact, that's the opposite of how you make friends.
Good. That's what I wanted.
You know, before long, I'm going to take this into my own hands and start leaving letters in everyone's room. Of, please be Chloe's friend. She's very bad at socializing, but she's really lonely. Please
I'm not
ignore when she is a
lonely.
bitch.
Hey, that's rude.
We're friends now. I am allowed to be rude to you as you are to me.
Have I been rude to you?
Well, you did call me a shadow at one point.
Well, that's before I knew about any of it, so that doesn't count.
I'm still saying it counts.
Where'd you get the lonely part from anyway?
You are alone.
Yeah.
If I were to leave, or if I were to be snuffed and replaced with a shadow, you would be lonely. You would have no more allies, more friends. That
Not
is
like I
lonely.
had any beforehand.
You were very lonely beforehand, then.
Didn't have a problem with it.
Sometimes you don't really know until you've experienced something else.
How long are you gonna keep trying to convince me for?
Because it is my job. It's my duty.
It's not your job
My
to
cast
make me make friends. I'm fine
It's my job
without.
to take care of you.
I'm fine without any of them.
You say that, but I've seen many, many people who are very sad and lonely.
Well, I'm not. All I wanted was to get off this place. Now we're here. Just wanted to leave this fucking city behind, but now I'm roped into saving the world or something. It's tiring. I preferred it when I was trying to escape.
If you help with this, then we can get it ended sooner. And then go back to your life. Your new life.
What kind of new life would that be?
want it to be. But you wouldn't have to worry about it coming to an end too soon. At least not by the end of the world.
Mm. And what if I don't know what I want it to be?
Then you can find out. You can try new things. Find out what you like. And then make your life whatever you want it to be. Once you've...
I don't think so.
You are very difficult.
I know. I've been told that a lot.
Perhaps Lysara is punishing me for avoiding my previous testers.
That'd be really mean. I don't think so. I mean, you dedicated so fucking long to her, you know, it'd be really fucked up. All I want is to get rid of these things on my forehead. That's all I need.
Perhaps some of the people on the Kalypsia can help you with that.
There's only one who's offered so far. Or, well, two.
Well, the others can't offer if they don't know what's going on.
I don't want to show it to
There might
them.
be people there that have those skills. Then don't. Befriend them and their capabilities and their knowledge. Then if you find one that might be able to help, then once you're comfortable with them present, then you can show them. And then they can help you. You will gain nothing if you do not risk anything.
My risk is them fucking with these things and making it worse.
That's why you have to befriend them first. Because if they are going to fuck with them, then they'll make sure that they do it in a way that's still safe.
Did you just swear?
Because they will care about you. Yes.
Huh.
I was quoting you.
I don't know what making friends with them will change, whether they're friends or not, and if they have the knowledge to get rid of those. As far as I know, they probably don't. I've looked at so many different books and so many different libraries and couldn't find a single fucking thing. No, but
These people are from different places, with different backgrounds. They have different lifespans to you. They've had different experiences.
if the City of Magic doesn't have information on this, then why would they?
The City of Magic isn't going to have everything on magic that's never existed.
That'd be a redundant name then, right? Why would it be called that if it doesn't have everything on magic? That's another
Because
point.
It might just be the best.
you wouldn't happen to know anything about them, right?
Well, not really.
I wish you did.
Most of my memory at this point consists of muscle memory and combat. It's so strange to see how many shades are still away from their casters.
Was it a bad thing?
It feels unnatural.
There was a breach, and she is the head of security there. Does it not make sense that they have questions and concerns on that case? That she might be colluding with the Aetherbane in turn?
The fact that they wouldn't even tell her what she's being charged with.
Who's colluding with the Aetherbane?
They wouldn't tell her what she was being arrested for. Told her that she would find out when the time came.
Going to check on the others.
Brianna was arrested.
Huh. Why?
We don't know. We think it's because that she warned us that the council was going to try to arrest the criminals of the Kalypsia.
I don't think everyone thinks that.
No.
Do you know where
It's
they
a
took
very
her?
strong. She's on house arrest. Aina's there now.
Hmm.
There's
Allegedly,
things we
there's-
don't know about the girl, and we don't know entirely of this as a whole.
When she came to me, there was genuine concern that she was part of a plot that was going to get innocent people thrown in jail for no reason, for helping.
I hate to say this, but it could be because of her.
I'm flattered.
What did she do?
Nothing.
What?
Were you really
Then why?
There's quite a few
No.
deaths in here.
Then why wouldn't they arrest just her?
So, most that I know
Technically colluded with
is
her.
that when she took me in, when I was arrested, she told me that there was a plan for something to happen to catch me in the process.
So, that was the entire deal before. But because you were pardoned, things changed. Am I getting this right?
Think so?
So, because she told information she knew of the past,
Divulging
this is why
information.
this is happening? Divulging information about a possible thing if you were the problem, but once you were pardoned, it was fine. But because she told that information at all before her arrest, thus why she's getting...
The words
In
I
this situation.
told you were directly from Mariana herself. She didn't say her. She said the criminals, meaning anyone who's ever had a criminal background would be rounded up by the council and arrested. Which would include myself, Aina, and several others amongst the crew, I'm sure.
Is that even within their jurisdiction?
We are technically here, and I do technically have a bounty. Or at least I assume.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, the pictures
Testing
never
work is not
keep me
going to-
right. Always my bedside.
Guessing and confusion is all we're going to get until we actually genuinely get an answer. Or in this case, maybe just talking to them just straight up might be a bit better. I mean, we helped them in this case. We have much more
sure.
power on that.
No, see, you think we did. We do. Just because we help them doesn't mean we have an illusion of leverage. We fixed their problems that were threatening them. Now they have armed guards. All I'm going to say is if they tried to take me or Aina, they are going to meet the business end of my flintlock.
I'm certain that's not going to happen, and I'm certain this is all just a mass confusion. Or maybe even that abomination of a lady is what caused this whole confusion in turn.
Oh, she's also dead, so... In the future tense.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I need to figure out how to deal with Isolde. That's a big concern. Before we genuinely are able to kill her.
Rip it apart, use it as fuel.
We can't rip it apart and use it as fuel. There are pieces of other people's souls intact there. In turn, the curators. If she were to go beyond and pass away, I am uncertain if we are able to return those pieces to the original hosts. As well as, I don't know if that'll also just kill everyone else who was a part of it in turn. There might be mechanisms to that.
Well, we don't know where she's at.
No, until I can see her again. But at least I do know that she was on the Kalypsia before. You're on the ground.
He's taking a seat.
I don't know what happened.
Anyways. My concern more is of her and the Eighth Bane, but I'm gonna try and see more in detail about this. I'm not gonna get myself in any trouble, so you don't have to worry there. But certainly there could be more to this. Or just mass confusion. Please be safe, both of you.
What the hell have I been doing for the last few days?
I don't know. I mean, after everything that happened, still want to heal those wounds, by the way, Nix. But we'll deal with that later. I won't talk to you more. But this is something. I'll try and talk with the other thing.
I'm fine.
It's best to get those healed up as soon as possible.
Starting to sound like Aina.
Getting infected.
I clean them up.
Yes, but in fact, have a spell that worsens wounds. So if you get in the proximity of it, that injury is going to worsen very, very quickly.
Then I'll make sure to stay far away.
Okay.
Or you could get it healed.
Yeah,
I'll heal.
good.
I'll heal what I can later, but I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out more on this. Okay?
See, Chloe, this is why you need allies. Information like this is crucial.
I just walked in on it.
Yes, you've been jumping around avoiding everything that's been going on. Because you won't speak with people. You need
No,
friends.
honestly, it's probably the smartest move that they've been doing since being pardoned.
She's been on my ass this whole day.
she's avoiding everyone. If push
That's a
comes to
problem.
shove, everyone is going to go against you.
Well, in their defense, a lot of people aren't exactly thrilled with her presence here.
Exactly. That's why she needs to rectify that by gaining some allies.
There's a
And she's not going to do that by avoiding them.
everything
killing me.
alright?
Nothing of particular note, I suppose, broadly speaking, but their right of voyage, or whatever the exact description was, is to be held down at the docks. Things seem
Are they
non-confrontational at present.
at present?
Perhaps it would be a good idea to check it out.
They could be trying to get us all in one place, surround us while we can't do anything.
Possibly.
Then scoping it out from a distance is also an opportunity.
Though, something tells me only the criminals would be in danger.
I mean, do you want me to look around and find information? Sneak into their
That's up to you.
offices. I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do,
I'm bored. So,
then by all means, go crazy.
let's go.
I'm gonna go see if I can find Anna. Don't get caught.
I won't.
Well, that's one way to make friends, I suppose. I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it.
Shut up.
You don't want me to go back to that, do you?
To what?
Silence.
Oh, no. No, actually, I might, yeah. No. Right, so... I mean, surely they'll be in there, right?
Possibly. Unless they are elsewhere.
Should I ping about this? Or not ping, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what information you'd find. Cacti would.
Cacti.
Hello.
I would like to sneak into the offices.
Into the offices where
Yeah.
the Mages Guild?
The Mages Guild, yeah.
Okay. Here, I'm on my way.
Okay. I'm gonna wait by the entrance.
Hello.
Hello.
I will distract them.
So I'm looking for I'm gonna be looking for information. I'll go the other way actually. Yep. I'm not going in there. That did not open. Going the other way. I'm looking for information because I was told that they're looking to arrest criminals on the Kalypsia.
Hmm.
And I just want to see if I can find anything about that in here somewhere.
Sure, yeah, you can look around, and once we get somewhere, I will let you know.
Okay. Fucking hand. I just want to mute for now, please. I'm gonna.
So, on one of these tables, you do kind of find a note that has been left beneath one of these lamps here. You don't find a ton of information on the topic. You do find that you have been pardoned. But you don't find anything about the guild leaders or any officials looking to arrest anyone, on the Kalypsia, at the very least.
Don't believe them. Is the area down there accessible?
Yep, it should be. You just can't go down the lift.
Okay.
Hey, Cacti, can I pull you aside?
Yeah, 1 second. Star, I have notes for you, but let me do this real quick.
Okay.
It seems that they are arresting the individual now at the dock.
They are currently arresting them?
Currently.
Oh shit.
That's what I've heard from, I'm terrible at remembering names. The one that you were somewhat befriending.
Yeah, it starts with a J, I think. Well, I'm gonna take a sprint then.
See, it was actually relevant to what you guys were doing.
Okay. I I moved away, but that's just because I was told something. If there were notes, I would have read them.
Okay. Yeah, you find some official documents that are talking about, like, the same thing you read on the desk, like, you were pardoned. Again, there's no notes about them arresting the Kalypsia. You may have found something about the contract being changed as per request of Akane.
Okay.
To something more befitting and would be better for you guys as a team when you went down there, so you wouldn't be incriminated. But again, you don't find anything about them arresting people in the Kalypsia.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken wings.
Yes. What about him?
I just have the urge to say that whenever I see him now.
I was trying to find. I found Pharaoh, but Pharaoh? No, Shade.
Oh, Shade is with her, I believe.
Yeah. They don't know. Where Chloe is. Oh, okay. Yeah, hey,
I
you.
saw last time I saw them was with the Shade.
You shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. Hey, what happened? Is Chloe okay, do you know?
Oh,
She's
Okay.
oh, I see.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go and happily talk with others. This is all so.
I was worried they tried to take her.
I can't control temperature.
No, yeah, I can taste that. I'm not going
That
to lie.
was,
It's really cold inside and really hot outside.
Yeah, maybe
So,
I'm not for the
panic.
I'm about to go. I'm about to go. Don't waste good food. Just not good.
Clearly, you're just too much of a scaredy cat.
I am not a scaredy cat. I'm not a scaredy cat. I am.
see your hand in being. Okay.
I believe he might be a scaredy cat.
Yeah, you might get a good one.
Yeah, just as charming
And just give it to him. Just give it to him.
I'm not going to waste food.
Well, he's not the what's gonna mean to him?
I'm not going to waste my food.
I'm not cowardly. Do not apply that.
And that's like
I
half
can eat
cooked
more.
pepper.
Hi.
Yeah, I mean,
Didn't come to an agreement.
Sprout.
Boo.
Could you?
Not a scaredy cat, huh?
Please not. Why do people constantly sneak up on me?
Man.
Oh, I thought you weren't cowardly, but scaredy cat.
I'm right in front of you.
Oh, I don't know.
I see.
They just said I could. I think maybe they said it was Big Man.
Big man.
Lovely.
Yes.
Not cowardly at all.
You're not allies. Fun to play with.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
It is optional to
Not identical, but I can.
Especially your
That one is worse than the first one.
hey Chloe, you okay?
Fine.
Good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Have you been caught up on what's happening?
If it is what I think it is, I've been told in passing, and I decided to investigate a bit myself and couldn't find anything about it.
I could try and cook it if you want.
The exiling of Brianna?
I heard about that. Well, I heard about the arrest, not the exiling.
Okay, you know, you
Yeah, they want to...
That's okay. Well, no, that would
It's not happening now.
charge.
No, I asked them directly.
They just told me that they wanted to exile Brianna.
No, exile Brianna, yes, but arresting her, no.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about the arresting. I was talking about the exiling of
Well,
Brianna.
I did a little digging, and I've only found notes of my pardon and nothing about an arrest, so...
Well, now you can say that you can fix that.
People are theorizing that because Brianna warned people about arresting people, they decided to cancel it. And now they're exiling her because they can't trust her? Is my understanding?
But if they wanted to cancel it so last minute, then there would have been notes about it somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. My only guess would be people being dumb and making up stories. Is my guess. But, yeah. Either way,
You know, I feel like if she wasn't doing
don't know
this
why
on her
they're
own, this is kind of
exiling
a
her,
game.
is my worry. You didn't, they went around asking if we saw anything weird from Brianna while we were down there. Did
I don't think so.
Did she seem weird at all to you?
No?
Yeah?
Technically, she didn't get traps.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Well, I am going for a bit. I need to go take care of a little business for the evening. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be back later.
Is there a reason
said they
you're
were
so intent on knowing about me?
Friendship.
Do you want to move to the side?
Okay, well, fair enough. What's like a
I just feel
Or
like
do
it's
you
a
like what
little
you
more
say?
than friendship, so we'll go to the side.
Sure.
We do a lot of, used to do a lot of trade-off all over.
When I was in Solasta, I was one of the few people actually cared about the rest of the people in the inner slums. When we were in Solasta, I was one of the few who actually took care of the other orphans there, and a lot of those were slaves. When I took your mask off and I saw your mark, I don't want to see people hurt like in back home.
And
That sounds dumb, I know. Someone who's not in it for themselves or whatever. Idris's teachings are that in order to find your fortune, you need to show generosity and kindness to others. And the reason being is that essentially to find your own fortune, you need to grow the fortunes of others, and that spills over. In order to grow my horde, in Dragonkin terms, to grow my horde, I need to support others so that they can support me in return. You seem like you needed a friend.
why?
Because people are trying to hunt you down? And that is not ideal. And so I wanted to make sure you're okay.
Well, I've been running for, I'm not sure exactly how long, so it's not like I'm not used to it. In fact,
And
I'd
I've
rather
only
go
known
back
you
to
for-
it at this point. I've spent the last 3 days in complete calm and peace, and I hate it.
Do you like hurting people?
Hurting people?
You said you don't like calm and peace. Why would you want otherwise?
I like retribution. Justice. Of some sort. My own.
Right.
So he doesn't know that her shade left.
I don't know. Maybe I should try just being less friendly. Sorry. I don't like seeing people suffer.
What about me makes you want to befriend me?
You
Truly.
are a slave who is trying to get away from their masters. Oh, I could be completely wrong, but that's at least
I'm
what I've
not a
gathered.
slave anymore.
And you told me before that the people who put the posters up are those that would seek to put you back in chains. Am I wrong?
If there are any of his lineage left in the city, then I suppose so. Otherwise, it would just be for the crimes I've committed over the last few years. Including, but not limited to, killing nobles, digging their graves up, donating some of the jewelry to orphans. They don't tell you that.
Talking.
Oh, my apologies for interrupting.
You're fine.
I don't know what it's like. All the graves and everything are weird to me. Back in Celesta, we would just incinerate the dead, so there's no further attachment.
You might incinerate them on occasions, but there's still a mausoleum somewhere.
I don't know. I see someone who's struggling, and I don't like seeing people struggle.
I don't either.
Regardless if what you're doing is the right or wrong thing, I don't know what is right or wrong in the world. I just know that when people are dealt a bad hand, they try to make the best of it as they can.
What do you know about these marks?
Not much. I assumed. Back in Solasta, slaves would be branded. I assume you have some kind of magic one? It was glowing when I saw it.
Yes. Technically, it's 2 of them.
So 2 different people owned you?
No. One miserable, miserable evil man. He placed both hexes.
Hexes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know much about hexes, but has anyone in the... I'm sorry. My head is a million things at the moment.
The one thing that I ask is that you do not spread this information.
I wasn't planning to.
I can't trust the people on this ship.
Yeah. That's understandable. Do you want me to step back and just let you deal with your problems?
Funny enough, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Can't say yes or no.
Yeah.
The main reason I can't trust them is because I don't know what they'll do with these hexes if they learn I have them. They could reactivate them, modify them. I don't know. They're not keen about me. They have plenty of reasons to do that.
Yeah.
But you don't seem like someone who would. If the stories you tell are true. I don't know that place you mentioned. I've not been outside of the city, and frankly, I've not been taught about other places than this city, so...
Yeah. Solasta, where I'm from, it was built on the backs of slaves. It's a prosperous city, but it comes at a cost. And I was one of those people who suffered for it. And said.
Really?
Yeah. We were both in the slums when we were young, and I don't remember if he was there first or I was, but we ended up taking care of each other. I was like his big sister. And one day he just stopped coming. He found a mentor and started training, and every day would come back bruised, and now he's here. And I was surprised to see him.
So, were you two slaves?
No, I wasn't. I don't know about him. I never asked him. But when he was in the slums, he would always protect orphans who were slaves. And there was a group of them who would... There was a gang in Celesta that took people that wouldn't be missed and gave them to the nobles to be sold as slaves. And said would try to help them. Whatever he might... He's not a bad person. If you told him, he might sympathize.
It's not quite something that I share around easily.
Yeah. The Vex thing is big, which is understandable.
He's not fond of me, so I shouldn't pressure him. Right, that's the right thing to do. Whatever that means.
He's
As much as I hate
He's different.
bonding experience, there was a red beam of light shot into the sky a moment ago.
What?
Finally, something's happening. We'll talk more another time. Or is it?
Right. Oh.
Okay, well. Guild leader Brianna, you're here charged with treason against the council, conspiring with suspect parties' abuse of authority and privilege by restricting access to council members, for sharing sensitive information from council meetings, and other nefarious plots to possibly take more authority or control.
I swear there was not. I understand.
If you kneel, please.
Be ready to fight. As I have said, the person I used to be.
Brianna, it is with my most unfortunate tasking that I am assigned here to perform this rite of voyage for your exile. You are a dear friend not only to me, but to the other guide leaders, staff, and students here as well in the Magenta District. You'll be missed with great sorrow, and may the waves be kind as you are sent across District Magenta's waters to find better horizons for your new life.
The person I used
Do
to
you
be
have
will
any
not
proof
even
of it?
know how to...
Any proof at all?
Oh, we
They
do?
know. My friend, they know.
Well, I'm mostly asking about that last point you made. Gaining more power, control, or other nefarious plots. What does that mean?
Investigations into paperwork, hidden letters.
You see how that's kind of vague and isn't really good grounds to stand on?
I agree on that. Anyone can
The
say
more-
whatever
wish us
or
to
place
present
something.
everything that we found to you.
There shall be no need of that.
As I said, this isn't the decision of either of us. This is the decision of the council.
Then, could we suggest, as since we did assist, we do at least, from what I understood, we have at least a little bit of things that we can bargain for. That was something that we agreed upon, right? After aiding you, of some sort.
What is it?
To not remove her memories, and for her to take a voyage with us on the Kalypsia instead. She will not be allowed here any longer, but her memories will be intact, at least. If we could at least bargain for that.
We need to have discussions with him, possibly going in the Kalypsia if you would take her, but... in this matter, I'm not sure if we have that much leeway.
We could always do the contract.
That is something we could try.
If you're willing to take her on with you, are there any others that are agreeing to this?
I will cover her passage.
Don't look at me.
Well, one more makes more than just one.
Well, you were defending her, so... Well... is it something that you wish?
Yes, to remove my memories. The only happy ones I have will be far worse than death.
Then, as long as my partner agrees, at least in my opinion, with the council members that are currently present, I'm sure the others would agree that you will be exiled with the Kalypsia. You'll form a contract that if you are to reveal any of the secrets of the Academy or the Council, you will lose your memories.
Grab hand.
To that I will agree.
Much better.
Is this fair to all those present?
Yes.
Raise yourself. Before...
I'm surprised you would stick your neck out for someone else.
Magenta. We will have you sign a contract.
I'm surprised as well.
It's a nice surprise.
She was kind enough.
Memories change who a person
I'd give the credit more to the
For those that did not
feathered,
or
scaredy cat over there. Not me.
the punishment has changed from forfeiture of memory as well as what was the term again?
All I did was interrupt it.
An interruption, that's all it took.
Exile and forfeiture of memory. She is now, as one of your members, or I should say 2 of your members, have agreed to take her on with you. She will be joining you in exile. Well, you're not being exiled, she is, but her exile will be with you. She will be under contract that if she states any secrets of the Academy or the Council that she will lose her memories. That way you all are at least aware of what is currently occurring in the punishment. If you have anything to say in regards to that, by all means approach.
Excuse me.
Wonderful. Alrighty.
Today is a good day.
Is it?
We have stopped someone from losing themselves. That is a good day. You have found a friend, which makes it even more of a good day.
I'm definitely switching to my tower for this. Fuck me, dude.
Thank you.
Memory is an incredibly important thing.
Right. I used to be nothing more than a harsh beast, hurting because I was taught to. Worse than a random animal outside. Someone that would hurt. For fun.
In a way, I
I
understand.
am glad I am not back to that.
It might be more riskier for her to be out and about anyway, right?
I am sorry for having caused a scene. Executions of this importance usually gather the town.
Wording, maybe not executions.
No, losing 20 years is an execution. You lose most of your life.
Yes, it does.
That is correct.
You lose who you
Hell, even among pirates, that's barbaric.
I have information that
Fortunately, these are the
We've
ways that were
already
set a long time ago.
Still barbaric.
It was already a kindness. Depending
We
on how
agree.
you see it. And it is not their choice. Please do not be angered at the people I have lived with for 20 years.
I don't know what took me over to do that.
From the old ways.
I'm glad it did.
sure you would. It's not the good thing, it's the right thing. It's different.
No, it's not.
I don't get it. Yes, but
In this case,
I could have risked my pardon. It was not a good thing to do.
not good for you. But
Exactly.
good doesn't makes you a good person.
Oh, I don't say that.
Made you a better person then.
Even that.
Better than you were had you not said anything. You dislike what I say because you think it's untrue.
You're very, very intent on psychoanalyzing me, and it's why?
It helps me understand how to interact with you. It helps me understand you. I have a lot of years to catch up on. Things I would already have known had I been conscious. I am now having to learn through mannerisms and language.
There are other people who behave better than I do that you could ask for that.
I don't care about how they behave. They are not my caster. How I interact with the world and how I interact with you change based on my perception of you. I am your shade. I am your other half. So that means I must adapt.
Even if I do something that you dislike.
There are few things that you could do that would make me abandon you. If that is what you mean.
Like what?
The same thing that made me abandon my other casters. Torturing innocent shades and turning them to shadows. With no mercy. Or being part of that problem in some fashion.
That's the only criteria. You gotta higher it up a bit. It's very, very little. I could do other things that could be close or equivalent to. Who am I kidding? I wouldn't.
I do not want to feel the way that I did when I was without a caster. It is like living half of a life when you know what it is like to feel whole. I do not want to miss that part of me again. It is bearable in the few days or weeks that it takes to find a caster. between lifetimes, but not for an entire lifetime. That is too much to ask of me.
I did one good thing today. I'm gonna get off my ass now.
Perhaps. One day at a time.
I seriously don't know why I did that. Like something took over me. Weird feeling.
I believe they call that a conscience. Or perhaps impulse.
No, I didn't know I had one.
Everyone has one. Some just choose to ignore theirs.
I'd argue that people like my master were born without one.
If you ignore something for long, you learn to live without its presence in your life. You start to drown it out on purpose, but without thinking. It's like if you live in the darkness for so long, you'll forget that light even exists. Until you see it again. But if you choose to ignore the fact that light exists, well, then it might as well not. At least in your perspective.
You say incredibly smart things.
I've been around long enough to know a lot of things.
Now what? Oh. Now what? Dies. Where were we? We were sitting over there. I don't remember. It was such a slow descent.
I cannot believe it. It is time for my new caster already.
Don't worry, I medicated, so I'm alive.
It's not what medicating means.
I don't care what it means.
You've eaten today is a bit. Perhaps we should get you something more sustaining. And a drink of water.
You're very intent on feeding me too. Why? And I fell again. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? You're right. You're right. We're gonna go eat. We're gonna go eat. I'm tired of this place.
I'm very intent on feeding you because that is the only way to keep you alive consistently.
Yeah.
And I suppose I have to start building fences along edges.
This doesn't typically happen. I'm 100 times more careful. I'm off balance because I did a good thing today and I'm confused and dizzy. That count?
No.
Okay. Well. Ah, man. What?
Nothing.
What did you say?
There was a child standing right in front of you.
My immediate instinct, fourth dimensionally, punting.
Perfect response, 10 out of 10.
Just. Oh, what's the child holding? Is it holding something? Is it just there?
It's just there.
It's just there. Is it preventing me from going somewhere?
No, it's just there. It just exists.
Is it an elf?
Are you hearing that right? Was my assumption that they're trying to charade?
Something you cannot discern as of current.
I don't know.
Eldritch child?
Good for you, sir.
It's an eldritch child, I'm punting it.
Can I come forward? Okay.
I'm not fucking with that.
You found yourself a partner.
It could just be a child with illusion magic of sorts, or do more. They could literally just be facing away from you in case you couldn't discern what they are at first glance.
Okay, but typically...
Also, I don't know if you were there for the announcement. Apparently, there was rumors of us wanting to arrest members of the Kalypsia. Those were false rumors. We weren't going to arrest anybody. There was nothing to arrest anybody for. If it was in regards to you, if that was a concern you had, but we kind of covered everything that meeting that you were a part of.
Yeah.
So there was really no need.
Rumors will be rumors.
I just wanted to make sure that that was covered with you.
Alright. Thank you for sparing her, by the way.
Stay safe.
Appreciate that. Right, back
Trust me, I very much
to the
wish
child.
outcome.
If a child's an elf, you can see the pointy ears. Oh. Hmm.
Their hood is very, very big, in which case you would not see the ears.
Well... Then I'd walk up to it, turn it around, check if it's an elf. Right, is that an option? I'd walk up to it, turn it around, and see if it's an elf. Okay, why can't I do that? Why?
Because it is your first instinct that matters. Do you punt or do you not punt?
To punt or not to punt, that is the question. I don't know. I'll leave it alone. Got other things to do. Well, you know. Not to punt, I suppose. This is a stupid shape for water. What's it called?
A vase or a vase.
A vase. It's a stupid shape for a vase. A stupid word too.
Or a water jug, if you prefer that. But it's less sophisticated.
If there's one thing you won't be able to get me to do is to speak more sophisticatedly.
It is not my job to make you speak more sophisticatedly. It is my job to make sure that you stay alive. And help you to stay alive. Speaking sophisticatedly in this scenario doesn't I wish I had a tongue. I wish I could taste.
Typically being able to taste comes with the price of having to eat to survive, which can be annoying.
That's why I was asking if you two were a couple or something, because I know you wouldn't want anybody to do that to you normally. I don't know if... I don't know. You don't know?
Gossip.
Okay. I will...
I love gossip. My favorite.
You can stop listening in.
I could continue, but I'm not going to. But it would be funny if I did continue. For some reason, I feel like you wouldn't mind me. Well,
I guess we kind of just leave Silvers? Every weekend? I'm sorry for being so weird. Just...
It's okay.
A lot to take in over a couple days after being kidnapped. And almost turned into a battery. Thanks. I'm glad you are.
I'm not as good shape as when I left, but at least I'm still complete.
What happens?
One of the first mission we did back in...
Can you hear me? It's fine.
We had to go fight a couple of
Rivendell is here now.
They're bonding. Don't bother.
Sorry, I don't remember the name of the city.
But I wanted to bother them.
Oh, it's escaping my mind.
It's
So
funny.
basically, there was a group of bandits that stole
It is.
we needed to grow a specific sound.
However,
around.
There's a voice in my mind saying that we are problems.
In the mission, I suffered
Does that voice have a name?
injuries, being stabbed.
I believe it is something inner. You know, it is my inner voice.
Don't hear it?
Of course.
Yeah, quite a few of us.
I'm sorry you've had to go through all that.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize for it. Not like you for anything about it, so. I knew what I was getting on, so.
Yeah. When I
This is so
had
deep.
a dream,
That's what she said.
That's why I left to come here. And my first thought wasn't, I'm gonna save the bird. It was, this is all seek my fortune.
That's the last thing I expected from you.
One needs to seek their fortune to find it. Essentially, to grow one horde, you need to search for it. To put it in simple dragonkin terms. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. I want to help people, but then...
Do not shake your head at me.
Or what?
Feelings pop up. They feel like me, but don't.
What do you do, huh?
I will carry you into the water when you sleep.
What the fuck?
I do not need to sleep. You do. You cannot escape it.
You have to take me back out. I can't swim.
Then I will teach you how to swim.
My point being, I'm here and
No.
I want to fight.
I do not want to fight.
Is that a threat?
Sure,
You threatening me?
I'm up to that, but I want to be.
They said that they would not. They do not want. They want to fight. That's what they said.
Oh.
So I said I do not want to.
Support you and protect you for this, I guess.
Thank you.
I thought that was your response to me saying no to wanting to swim.
For me, as to how I ended up here, Tempest said you need to go on a trip to discover the world and train yourself. And next thing I knew, I was throwing me above the big wall of Solastar. Barely a few weeks in this trip, I had a dream. And
How long are we staying here for?
wanted to know what was this about?
As long as you want to continue making fun of them until they keith.
I don't think they will, because she told me earlier that she was like a big sister to him.
Why did you come to the club?
Do not keith.
At first, I was curious about what was this dream, why this dream, and why the Kalypsia. And then discovering that a lot of people had the same dream, seeing their homeland burned and knee deep in blood. So now we are searching for a way to for it not to happen.
Perhaps you should paint a portrait, it would last longer.
Because I do not want to see a woman from the slum dead at my feet.
Yeah.
Shut.
You don't want me to do that.
Oh, great. She's up and about.
Is she?
That is
Somewhere.
the curator.
Yep, that one.
From the library.
They're up. She introduced herself to the Sentinels.
Okay.
Perhaps we should go see.
Want to talk to her?
I've got questions.
I'm not keen on her.
Should,
You're not keen on many people.
Yes, however,
A lot of people have questions to ask.
she's an elf. That irks me.
Think of it like one of the founders, per se.
Oh. Oh, so you're a big deal.
Big deal is, I guess, but not necessarily. I mean, I'm just like anyone else.
Guess so, but you created such a marvel. You're making people's dreams come true. Well, you founded it.
Well,
Pleasure is all mine. You get to see the world like I've always wanted.
and how is that fared?
Well, every time we've landed, there's something with Blackburn, or people in need, or hurting, but I don't mind. The way I see it, the world shares one common thing, and that people need help. So, if we're traveling, and we have skills, we might as well help.
You are quite the bunch, aren't you?
I think so. Got lots of friends.
Well, that's always a good thing. You need friends in a world like this.
I agree. Quite lonely without it. That couple month travel to catch up. It was very, very lonely.
Well, hopefully
I'm
now
back.
it won't be so lonely.
No, not at all. Just glad they caught up. I'm actually quite lucky you guys landed. You guys never landed. Well, for a good while. I probably wouldn't have ever caught up.
Did we not? I apologize, I was...
Hi, sorry.
Hello.
What is the time, actually? I mean, great to see you. How you feeling?
I'm recovering. Still.
Right.
But, yourself, both of you, actually. You
Just
both okay?
fine.
I'm always panicking, but yeah, sure, fine.
You don't say.
Good evening, both of you. I've just joined us.
It's good to see you up and moving.
Likewise. Hope you're healing alright. Last I saw, you needed help to walk.
Yeah, better now. Much better.
That's good to hear.
I'm kind of surprised to see him.
A
Why
friend
might that
from
be?
the slums of Sarasta.
I hope you understand, but I think a lot of Kalypsia has quite a dozen of numbers of questions they'd want to answer.
I anticipate it, actually.
Hey,
I've
busy
been a
woman.
bit worried about it, actually. But hopefully I can do my best to get to them all.
Do you want us to gather
What are you
up the
doing?
entirety of the Kalypsia, at least the majority, in this kind of discussion, then? Or would you rather it be more private?
It doesn't need to be private, although I wouldn't gather a crowd. I'm sure I'll make my rounds eventually.
Oh.
Well, it seems
That
that communication
may
really
happen.
sucks with the Kalypsia, to be a bit blank.
Well,
So,
I believe the most simple outcome is if they have a question, they can seek her out.
right. You will be with us on the Kalypsia at least, though, right?
I make no plans of going anywhere else. After all,
Good.
my little adventure was unplanned. I was not supposed to be down there.
How? Can I at least ask how you did get there?
I was actually supposed to meet up with you all in the previous district. But
Oh.
I found myself in a bit of a predicament.
Why are you
There
attacking
was,
people?
What the fuck are you doing?
What?
It seems. There's a bit of an air around her.
Some rather
Oh god.
nefarious mages
Whoa.
made the rounds, and I believe it may have been a hex. Trapped me there. They took me, and I ended up
a bit busy.
beneath the mage's guild.
I can consider
Hey, unfortunate. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll be honest, I'm
Again.
tired after walking.
Who?
Apparently we're supposed to go tomorrow morning. Okay, then... I think a lot of the same question would be asked, at least on this case. Why did you give us these streams? Why did you and... My apologies.
That's a good fucking
Why did
question.
you show us at all?
Oh, this will be a fun conversation. Why don't we find a place to sit
Yes, is right there.
instead of standing out in the middle of the street?
Yeah, cheers. Lively chat as always there.
What the hell were you doing?
I was having fun.
I see. Just entering other people's... Am I allowed to say it? Okay. Do you do that often?
And it's not so much stepping inside, it's more like standing in front of them. Remember when I go inside the shadow,
It's like you're walking by.
brushing up against them. Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa, thank you. Okay, oh, sorry. Who are you anyway?
That's the curator.
I guess I'll.
Oh.
Oh, my dear. Okay.
Do you...
there's-
okay, hang
there's
on. Would you like to sit down, Miss,
I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting to nearly be trampled.
Okay, I know. Excuse me. I landed exactly where I want to land. Okay, I was gonna land there. I was gonna land there. You land there.
Anyways,
appreciate you not
that's
minding
Alden.
me.
That's the curator. Oh, well, you would know, actually. You went to the library.
Yes, I also saw her. I said this before.
Well, I mean, that can but yeah.
Should we
Seeing as
call you
there's a-
something instead of the curator?
Yes, I was going to get to that. Seeing as there's a couple of new faces now sat with us, I will reintroduce myself. My name is Tasari Deren, but you can call me Tasari. I, as you may have heard, am the curator. And I have been told that there are many questions to which I anticipated. I would be happy to answer them to the best of my ability, although do be mindful that I have been stuck underground for some time.
I think these questions are more gonna be more past tense and a few future questions, I guess.
I expect as much. You had actually asked something beforehand.
Yes, I think a question a lot of us would have is, why us? And why give us these dreams?
So, it's not me solely giving these dreams. No, it was, the other woman down there who had a more unfortunate fate. The one
Again, my
I had warned over,
apologies.
but
Sorry for your loss.
thank you. She was primarily the one giving the dream.
Okay, yeah. It's okay.
God, he's fucking loud.
Things I'm hesitant to speak on in such a public area, but I'll do my best to, I guess, paraphrase. There's a future coming. One that not only I have seen, and it has several outcomes, all of which ending in flame and ruin and destruction. One too soon, I suppose. We've seen countless of timelines filled with people like you, all of which whom have failed, and thus brought the end. To why it's brought about, I don't know, unfortunately. But so far, things have turned brighter with those aboard currently.
That's really? Mm-hmm.
Timelines.
Yes, timeline.
What does that mean?
That's a hard one to explain. Time is a bit of a fickle thing, really. For those of us who can look into them, it's kind of like a book. There are various chapters, and each chapter has something new to offer. Typically a different story within the bigger picture. So think of it like seeing the end over and over and over again, with different people and different events. Like if you didn't end up in Rivendell, what if you ended up in Kashyyyk?
We'll start a plague.
It's a possibility, but that's not what happened with you all. Or at least I hope none of you would start a plague. I had rather high hopes for you.
Maybe for another time. Anyway, what is this saying anyway?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Me and among others whom I have not formally met. That is why you all received the dream. Because hopefully you can stop the end.
Oh, how did you choose that anyway? How did you choose who gets the dream and who doesn't?
Like I said, timelines. There's things that I can see that most others shouldn't be able to see. Most others shouldn't be able to control either.
You
But
think that in this scene, this chapter, that we're the best people for the job?
I'm hoping for it. I'm not the sole... I'm not the only one who chose, who got the dream, or anything like that. There's more of people like me. But like I said, I've never met them in person.
Oh, are you
In
like a
fact, I met them
ghost?
through a dream myself.
So there are more like you who are trying to change what is to be?
Yes.
You're like a super secret organization, or just like you have a name?
We're not an organization unless you considered the Kalypsia an organization.
At this point, we kind of are.
Disorganization.
That, definitely that.
Well, are all those giving dreams those with the same goal?
Presumably, yes. I would hope no one was giving out false prophecies. Has anyone experienced a different dream?
Well, there's been more than one dream. Was that you or one of your fellows?
Well, I'm unfamiliar with another dream, so I would hope
Well,
it was one of my kin.
Have your crew members told you about...
Well, yeah, there's been more dreams after the first one.
I think yeah, we had Finch that had another dream, and he wrote before Bang.
Passage to a certain place.
Yes. In turn, it doesn't seem like all the dreams are the same thing. Usually, from what people have gathered, it's destruction of one's homeland, somewhere they lived. For some people, it's on the Kalypsia itself instead.
No, not really. Other than,
I guess I'm also
try not
mean
to
the
focus on the weird feeling in your soul. And
overall theme of
he's
said
about.
dream. I think it is reasonable to assume that they would differ on...
Welcome, Bravers!
I guess.
What the hell?
Between
I've seen a dream.
Oh my god. Hello, Daisy. How's it going?
The destruction of their home, usually with the
Thank you for the rain. Hi, Raiders. How's it going?
A few more recently have seen
Should do.
a dream wherein they saw members of the Kalypsia disembarking.
I can make no promises for myself.
Some of them people they
Yeah.
recognized from those aboard.
And they saw them heading towards this fiery place.
How's it going? How was stream?
High out in the air. Some people interpret it as you know, coming in to like kill people.
Boom.
But you know, that seems a bit uncharitable.
impose responsibilities on the individual rather than...
During RPIC?
No, it's
Yeah.
this. Aether Bane is definitely connected to it all.
We're getting a lot of
Is Aether
lore right
Bane
now.
the cause of the future
Let's see. So hi, Sky.
destruction?
I don't think they
Like I
know.
said, I don't know.
The Friday co-stream on Monster Hunter Wilds. Hell yeah.
Do you have any sense of how many of the people currently
right
aboard
side,
Kalypsia are
shades
the
don't
ones
have
that
to worry
you
about
brought
being bound.
yourself? Or have you sort of
As long as
defined parameters by which a spell determines?
I love most Hunter
the
Wilds,
recipients?
personally.
Some of them have been more
Hmm.
specifically chosen.
Some take
I couldn't number them off
The
the
terms
top of
get
my head
interchanged all
as
the time at this point.
well. I'm certain
Good
some of
bird
them
terms
haven't actually made it aboard, but I can at least recognize a few faces when I see them.
You'd be surprised. Even after acts of rebellion, some still hold on to their oath.
Those are specifically? So we at least know who was sent by you.
Oh well, of the crowd.
I'd imagine people have had the dream.
Yes.
Well, okay.
I would have to get a more defined list at some point,
When
but
one is brought up in a certain environment, it's hard to
I had extended
steer
a
them away from
hand
said
to
environment.
a
I
masked
see.
friend in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anniversary time? Hell yeah.
I'm gonna be a bit blunt in this and saying a lot of us are undecisive on
eventually.
her due to her criminal background.
Not really regarding such. Nothing
If we're talking about
If the
Chloe.
criminal background
I
or
imagine questions I have. can
questionable
kill
past
myself.
were a
Absolutely.
disqualifier, then a great number of the people
Once you
aboard
acquire
would
the
be
keys, you're considered analyzed around little.
Yes, I'm just.
poorly selected.
And you can move in and out whenever you
The
want.
point is that they were selected for a reason as to
With the portal being
this
opened next.
timeline's best chance. I
The mana storm.
understand.
Correct. Yes.
So they all have some value,
in
at
that
least
non-formal
in
way, is that you might be stuck in there for a little
the broad sense towards the effort.
Some
You
knowledge.
do have pathways to
Some
other areas,
magic.
but no guarantee you'd be
Okay.
far away from your little ship.
And
We'll just have
the
to make
woman
sure
who
it's not
took a
a little
part of your power,
Indeed.
what do you know of her?
Anyways. I believe we're
I believe she was among the mages who
believe we
took
have
me in
done
at
our,
first.
task here.
I've
Took you
seen
in?
her
In
use
where?
her ability.
She's
Anything I'm going to
a
remain
mage?
bit longer? Quite interested in
Well, yes.
the
I had explained
haven't
this
s-
to
What, you're falling in love
you
with
before. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
So, we kind of talked. Technically.
I explained this to Snow,
Live a little,
but
I would say.
back in District Violet was where I was originally supposed to meet up with you all. And I caught myself in an unfortunate predicament, and what I think was a hex. And I ended up
So, who's that?
beneath the Mages Guild.
That's all.
Oh, okay.
And I think
okay.
she
By
was
took
among
you in, you meant kidnapped. I see.
You want to head back?
Yes. Forwarding, sorry.
Yeah, trust me, we know.
You're fine.
We've got absolute fucking ancients over in
From what we know about the Aetherbane is they are against magic completely, but they brought in that woman,
You might.
or her father, who created them to.
Everyone's a hypocrite now, and if it serves their purpose, then why not?
Yeah.
Shit. Alright, I see.
And it
Is
seems they might have
it-
more knowledge on your organization, or sort of people.
I was going to ask, is Aetherbane present in these other timelines?
We'll take one more
In some of them,
cruise around,
yeah.
Not all.
and then I'm going to rest and retire.
Maybe if I looked far enough, they would have been present, but it's kind of like what I was explaining. If in another
You.
timeline you were in
With the Kalypsia?
Keshin instead of Rivendell right now.
Just that you don't remember me. We shared a very passionate night together.
There are a great many timelines.
Sorry, baby girl.
Yes.
I got a question. From the sounds of it, it sounds well that you were specifically targeted. Would you know?
Too many times since the last time you met.
Well, how would they know about you? And two, should be worried about your other fellows. Maybe you should send a letter, or whatever way you communicate.
Sorry, I turned around and he
I
wasn't
presume
here.
if we were targeted, then
I'm up here.
Anyways.
yes. But again, I don't know.
Well, damn, let me
I
see
don't
those,
know what involvement they serve.
Okay, fair enough. And you don't know why they would have known, or how they would have known?
Damn,
or...
girl. What those wings do.
Not at current, but it's not something that
Maybe you
couldn't be
can let
looked
me find
into.
out. I've heard that they're very sensitive. Don't let me do that again. The science say they're... Or pirate. Or
Do you intend that Kalypsia have a particular purpose, or is it simply that we have gathered here that you believe the best course of actions for the outcome you desire?
It is more so that this is where you all have gathered.
Have you already spoken to him? No, I just arrived.
It's a little complicated to explain, but the Kalypsia itself shouldn't
What if you fly straight
exist present day, per se.
I have to just stop.
Not that it can't, because clearly it can, but like it was accelerated, maybe. Not through any magical means per se, but just the blueprint.
Knowledge from the other timelines.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
What the 150 gold?
Hmm.
That? You're joking.
Then there must be other chronomancers out there with access to these future timelines, right?
150 gold.
Maybe...
I wouldn't doubt it.
That was
Well, maybe one of them.
Kalypsia is not yours.
Now we gotta speak about your pricing problems, baby girl. Damn.
It is, but it isn't.
For
It
that,
is shared.
Wow.
It is not solely mine.
Hmm.
They are pretty fancy, to be fair. And if you tell me there's something. Anyways. Oh, thank you. Refresh my burger.
How many timelines? Hundreds, thousands, dozens,
I wouldn't
millions?
tell you.
Let's go find out.
As many I haven't seen myself.
Perhaps he wants to meet us again.
If that puts it into
I need
perspective.
to meet you again. I have the fear
And
that
in
I-
all of them, how many have you looked into then?
Hundreds, maybe thousands.
And in all of them, it's over.
That.
Yeah.
That seems unlikely, right? Well, I don't know much about chronomancy, so maybe it is extremely likely. I guess if only small details change every time, then it would be bothersome to find.
Well,
We
that's
really
actually
don't know what this threat is.
a good question, though, isn't it? Why in every timeline?
Well, it sounds to me, and I might be mistaken, but if you're a chronomancer trying to avoid the end of the world and can look into the future to do so, maybe there's a different chronomancer that is trying to end the world and can look into the future to do so.
It's not something we should rule out.
Well,
At this point, anything is a possibility, but
right.
The prophecy itself, the dreams, the understanding of the thing could inspire the reason for its necessity, I suppose.
In turn, there's been a discussion about how it's possible the Aetherbane knows about it and is trying to do in their own method of changing the future.
Well, speculation aside, what's the next move?
That's the next. I would need time to consider it. I've only just recovered, but my knowledge of this group you speak of is limited. If they do have something to do with it, then I would suggest we pursue it, but as to where, I don't know.
Well,
They've stated on numerous occasions that they're trying to stop the end of the world. So, that...
binding magic. Yes.
Yeah.
Can any of your techniques be taught to others to assist in other ways?
I presume you mean looking into timelines? Or do you mean something
Well, yeah, right?
Chronomancy in general seems either pain others also have abilities good to know more about to assist in finding things associated. Also good to know.
I'm unsure if anything can be passed along in a learning capacity. Unfortunately, this ability isn't something
love
learned,
this.
something inherited, something you're born with. It's kind of like a curse. But if there are alternative ways to look into similar things, then I could invest in it and see if it's possible.
Good to know when find things associated. May not immediately be able to tell otherwise, but may have more knowledge. Anything we can learn good.
On the topic of knowledge, there's a rune aboard the Kalypsia in a room with a. I assume you know what it is, or that I speak of. I have a drawing if you do not.
Yeah, there's a chronomancy room on the lower deck. In a room alone, nobody aboard the ship knows where it came from or what it is. I hope it was you.
Elsewhere.
Can I double check with your drawing?
Yes.
Maybe? Chronomancy room?
Just the one.
No, yeah.
We've seen it on the Kalypsia, and then one other time as well.
Goes down.
That shouldn't be there. I know I didn't put it there.
Could any... Do you think any of the people who are also giving the dreams to us is doing it then?
Potentially.
Why
they
wouldn't
have...
they tell her, right?
I would be a bit worried if they didn't. I could ask, but that shouldn't be there. I don't know why that's there.
Do you know what it might do off of the rooms that Mia drew? What the purpose might be?
Well, I mean, there's a number of possibilities, but based off of what she had in her book, it could be like a rewind of sorts.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's what it's currently
Things within the
doing.
room. Yes.
Stand in the room too long and things will start reversing. The
No,
wood
I
on the
know, I
walls
know.
grows
I just
leaves.
didn't want to give her the answer, just in case.
Yeah. But if it serves a more bigger purpose, I was hoping she'd know.
Maybe
We
we
found
can
in
say.
one other place. I don't recall all of the details. Mia, if you do, otherwise I can try.
When we were in Emil, on the path here, there were ghosts, as it was described. Figures, specters of a war long past. And they were trapped in an area. There was a barracks that had on a stone
You say I can lay down without my tracking dying?
It was much smaller. No more than one of the tiers there of that cart, but when we attempted to interfere with it, there were strange occurrences, visions of the barn that it was in was aflame and destroyed. A couple of us hurt ourselves.
Like
Did
a
it look
window. Sorry.
Like a. It's fine. It looked like.
It was glowing with white, golden white light, the same as the one on the Kalypsia. Just smaller. The one on the Kalypsia is as large as the decoration on the side of that building.
I wouldn't have a clue why it would be there. I mean, I guess I can understand why something like that would be on the Kalypsia, but in Valinor,
Why?
I don't know.
What's your theory for the one on the Kalypsia?
If, despite us not bringing it in from chronomancy, but presumably it has some sort of purpose to the Kalypsia's creation date maybe being here, but again, we brought the blueprints from a different time, so I wouldn't know why it would need to be there. And I certainly couldn't tell you why one would be in Valinor.
I wonder if there's one in every area.
Think we not my area? There was one down in the basement.
If we were to find more, should something be done?
I mean, I guess depending on what they do, what their purpose serves, then probably something should be done, but if you mess with one, then it could have bad consequences. If you don't know what it's doing.
I see.
There's a reason we need information or about chronomancy. Figure out how to find out what they do.
Yeah, maybe you can give us like at least basic list of runes or something. I don't know how runes work, so we can keep a look at it and try to
I
figure
would
it
be able
out.
to provide a list. Yeah, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
It would take
You
time
think you could
to set
maybe-
up. I couldn't do it now, of course, but
Yeah.
Do you think you could maybe put the chronomancy rune on some stuff? I mean, I'm a runesmith and I've had some ideas. Stuff to
We
help
really
against
shouldn't.
chronomancy.
Oh, that.
You put like
I would
chronomancy
be-
ward or something to defend
I
against
would be
it.
worried about messing with chronomancy on the airship with the
Yeah.
chronomancy rune, because it might do something. But I don't know how it works. You know, you're the chronomancy woman.
It wouldn't really work like
Well,
The trouble, we may need to protect ourselves now after there's a lady running around with a part of her stolen power.
There's the difficulty in that runes themselves are. Runesmithing is an enlightened art. Runesmithing is an enlightened.
From my limited understanding of runesmithing, you require a deep understanding of what you're trying to create. Is that right?
well,
Yes.
each runesmith needs to understand the runes they're applying, but you can have multiple runesmiths make one enchantment, as long as each one understands each of the. So, if I worked with her, as long as she understands the chronomancy rune, we can both make an enchanted item together.
The difficulty with certain things about it is that even if were Leto and I to use the same 3 runes on 2 different items, they might work differently.
Oh. Okay.
There are a few dozen runes that are used for almost every enchantment. It is
Oh, I see.
largely not done to try to create novel ones. At least not completely novel.
Okay, I think I get the idea.
Well, then I suppose bringing up that kind of topic, how do you suppose we could defend ourselves against chronomancy, since we do have a threat now wandering about that we can't always see?
I mean, I can't exactly tell you all to fight fire with fire because it doesn't work that way, but. Knowledge.
I mean, if she shows up again, I have a whole brick of aphasia. We just shower her in it and they'll do with her. Easy.
I don't think it.
Then now maybe we should just focus on what we can do.
Yeah.
Trying to plan for the inevitability that something will occur when we don't know enough about what our enemies, I suppose enemies, the other players in the game at least, are doing is sort of a... Better to spend the effort determining their goals, rather than trying to determine how to defend against what they might do.
Yeah, that's a good question though. You don't know a lot of things. What do you know about anyone that might be trying to stop us?
I mean, I think if I knew much about anyone who was trying to stop you, I probably wouldn't have needed to call you all here.
That's fair, but you know, there might be a... Okay, fair enough. I was just wondering if there were like commonalities of well, this particular group.
I really want to get out of here. This is getting on my nerves. Oh, they're like fucking up from the
I
tracking.
suppose we are kind of just asking for signs of caution.
You're thinking as well that there are inherent commonalities that must exist, or that imply something consistent about the broader nature of things, but just that something is common in other timelines doesn't mean that it is true in ours.
That's fair. That's a good point, actually, Mia. Yeah, no, you're right.
Then I suppose a good question would be is, in other timelines, is the group of thieves that puts themselves in that magical realm, are they always allies or sometimes enemies? Are they sometimes allies, sometimes enemies?
The what?
Group of thieves. A shimmering
He's talking
noble?
about the shimmering people.
Yes.
Ah.
Huh?
In at least every timeline I have encountered where I have heard mention of this ether thing, they have been at your side. In no timeline, or at least not many, have they been enemies.
Okay. Well, I'm curious then. If in every timeline you've seen it's the end, how long until the end usually? Or is it different times? I'm just wondering if we
It
have a time
varies.
pressure. Okay.
Presumably, the actions that we undertake in this timeline or others affect how long it would take before the end comes.
That's fair. That's a good point again.
Would I be correct in assuming that there are pieces of information you won't tell us because it would affect things?
Yes. Unfortunately, that is part of the price to pay for knowing the past, present, and future.
So,
If there is something worth noting that I know won't hinder anything, then I would say it. And I will say it. But until that time comes, I need to remain silent about much of what I know. Though keep in mind there are also several branching pathways. So saying one thing could lead us down one path, and saying another could lead us down a different one.
This is rather complicated. Oh my.
There have been issues historically amongst regarding trust amongst those on board, related to one another and others that do come aboard. At least broadly speaking, is it your understanding that all aboard have the goal of, or at least the ones that are here related to the dream, do they have a common goal? Presumably they've been brought here with that purpose by one of you.
I would say the goals will vary, but for similar reasons that those with the dream have boarded, those reasons have been similar, I guess. I wouldn't say everyone is the same in what they want, but I also can't delve into anyone's thoughts, so that could very well be different.
How much was known about the people that were selected then?
There was enough known that things would go a certain way, or at least had a higher potential of going a certain way. Morals and other things of the such are complicated. Of course, no one's going to think the same thing.
To take a step back, what is our next move from here?
Well, presumably it would be to regroup. And of course, I'm sure there are others even beyond who is sat here who have questions and trying to get as much information around as possible. But I think only after that will we be able to tell what the next move is. I still need to catch myself up to speed with what's happened in my absence.
Well, what do you know last of us then? We can at least fill you up on that.
From when you landed in District Violet to now. That is the context I'm missing. You don't... If it's too much now, then we can always chat at a more convenient time. It is getting rather late after all, but...
I was going to say, I get the feeling that might take a day to explain things that have happened.
Yeah.
Best thing I can say is we only know about as much as we saw. With the Bane being a problem. And we just dealt with it here.
If I might have a suggestion. The
Right,
creature
the
from the
delicate one.
graveyard we believe to be the delicate. Were there other creatures spoken of?
No, delicate none with snow and seemed more creature and graveyard. Did not
Oh
seem
yeah. Yeah, Snow did get possessed, right? Are we sure it wasn't a decathlon or whatever? It seemed somewhat similar to what they do.
No, delicate none was connected to snow at one point, but there was other. Do not know if it was also.
Okay.
A suggestion that, as a course of action, given that trying to recount the events of several weeks and random thoughts, trying to do that one by one in a conversation here is probably less productive than what I would suggest that people will write down the important notes of their encounters and that we share them amongst themselves. Should anyone be unable to do so or want copies made of theirs, let me know. If you can't write or like, I know a few people can't.
Still guilty about that. It's that excerpt of sewer.
Well, actually, a good question to bring up, and aside from all the other stuff, we do have the artifact and the whole actual plague kind of happening. I know we probably should probably talk about it to her.
New, though.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
she knows
but
about it. She's in a
she
raid.
might know what we should do about that.
Her opinion is
In
her
what
own.
context?
I don't know. All I know is last time Leto got yelled at when I first arrived because of it, so I have no idea what's happened to it.
Well, the Sentinels have it, and I believe Asato and Johan have been making medicine, and it's been being sent out to Keshian and Hinode.
Hmm.
There are not, I think, very many developments on Blackburn since you've been gone.
I just like to really know what they think we should do about it, if we should bring the artifact back or not. Hmm.
It certainly could have been a path.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly imagine how taking this healing artifact from its main supply area would ever cause the end of the world in any way. I think we're safe.
Hmm.
Feel that we know little enough about the artifact regardless that such a conclusion would be difficult to make anyways. Even should we want to make
Yes.
one.
I'm just
There's-
having fun again. It's fine.
No, I don't mean as to what you said. I mean more broadly.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure that any of us
Mhm.
have an under... That you can see through time doesn't mean you are omniscient. Otherwise, this would be relatively trivial.
Hmm.
Thus, a lack of information. The fact that we might need fill her in on events of the past few weeks as well. That is sort of the point. That's sort of the problem. Information that is not
Right.
had by anyone here, or I suppose by anyone in your... You described them as kin before, but...
Yes. To be clear, I can't see, I can't see through anyone else's eyes, just my own. Not unless I had a spell that did it, but regarding this whole timeline situation, I would need to be there.
So that's how your powers work? Hmm.
You're seeing through your own eyes and other timelines.
Pretty much. I
You
feel like
seem through
if
your
I were
own-
to... Sorry, continue.
Are you seeing through your own eyes, or are you one person?
What do you mean?
Are you the same person in this timeline as another?
That's not actually something I'm aware of. It could be
I'll be right back.
another me. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm not constant in every timeline. I wouldn't know.
No, that's true. I suppose you could have died at any point, right? And then you wouldn't see anymore in that timeline.
Mm.
If they witnessed
I
the end of
assume
the
I'm
world
present
into the
in-
timelines, then you wouldn't be here if you were the same person.
Right. That's a fair point.
And then I guess best question to ask, since this is a bit confusing now. Then the dreams you were given, were they from your perspective or our own?
A mix of both, as far as I'm aware. It is. Dream magic is not my specialty, so what some of you have seen may not have been entirely accurate to something that I have seen. But in general, the fire, the ruin, that is something that is always constant. As well as the Kalypsia.
The dreams
Okay.
are dreams, not prophecy specifically. That we
No,
saw
yes,
our homes
inherently they
burning
are
need not mean we will have survived long enough to have been there for the burning. Or that we will physically be in our home at the time.
I guess it's more of a retelling than, in that sense,
Mm.
retelling of things that one of us have seen.
Theatrical reinterpretation.
Something that.
Well, I think I've gotten the best questions I could ask you, at least publicly.
I mean, it is getting rather late regardless. I will be present, though. So, any questions gone unanswered, I will be around tomorrow.
I am hoping to talk with you privately later, if possible, though.
Well, also, tomorrow we might not be here, like some of us.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the ship is also leaving tomorrow, so.
Oh, okay. You know that.
The Shimmering Nothing want us to go into their realm and deal with the Mana Storm that is apparently still active.
No, that's not. They want us to deal with Aetherbane. They're worried about a Mana Storm. They just want us to. They were talking about that Mana Storm. That they were. That's the.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Got it.
You will be with the Kalypsia going forward at some point, at which point questions can be asked and answered.
Yes, correct. Whether that be tomorrow or another day, I will be present. I guess.
I'm probably going to be very busy, but if, when I find the time and if I see you, I'd love to go over some ideas, runic schemas with chronomancy and get your input on whether they would be plausible or not.
I am certain that would be a more we'll talk.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee anything, but we'll talk.
I mean, I'm not really one to want to mess with chronomancy, but, just ideas. And I don't really want to get stuck in a circle of chronomancy again, so.
Yeah, same.
That's why I'm leaving it to your judgment.
I'm going to assume that there are no more burning questions for the moment, at least.
And that I think will be immediately productive. Certainly many, but rest probably for everyone is wise.
Probably. Well, I guess. Thank you for your time. Thank you for boarding.
Thank you for yours.
Again soon.
I'll give her a tap tap on the back.
Do you have a question?
Holly doesn't speak generally. I'd like to write something.
Writing is cheating.
Partially me, partially some other. But I guess the short end of it is yes. I am responsible. Whether or not I gave it to you? It may not have been me, but there are others like me, I don't know at which point you joined into the conversation, but it could have been someone else. Not me, though.
Now we deal with the shimmering nothing in the morning.
Before sunrise, be ready.
I think I need to get caught up.
It's just a birthmark.
Yes.
And I get the feeling a few others
I
might as well.
can quite assume you do not want to get in there, Leto.
Shimmering nothing group.
Into the shimmering nothing?
Shimmering nothing?
Basically black market.
I mean,
but
I'm
leaving
gonna be there.
another space.
Are you certain?
I gave them
What if we have to
That is
fight
not
again?
easily accessible by anyone.
Understand what you're trying to do.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I listen. I gave them flaming scimitar,
Right,
really cool,
greedy.
really awesome,
One of those?
and I'm gonna go there.
Magic?
And maybe find some more customers, because some
about
people
giving
on the
them
ship
stuff?
rather shop locally
Really?
than on the ship. Or, you know,
What's this about giving them things?
Smith than most.
To access the special
Sorry.
place, you
What?
need
What?
to
Right
offer
now,
something of
reading
value
magic,
to
you
Sound
them,
very badly.
Just
and it will give you a
With
key.
not gonna be fine,
Something
I'll
of
be
value
fine.
may not be of monetary
Yes, but we
value,
don't
but sentimental
know.
value or something like that.
We don't know if you're the bank of just keep
It'll be
on in
fine.
while...
Chose.
like I said, it was a birthmark.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'll manage.
So come around too
And
then
then
to make
dealing with
certain
the
that you
mana
don't
storm?
die.
No.
I got it.
I think we're
I'll be
currently threatened by Aetherbane, and so
Yeah.
they want us
I got
to
my dagger.
see how we can help.
My understanding is that they're being
It's
threatened
not to
by
think of what
Aetherbane,
bad
yes.
could happen and
Going to
focus on
their
what good could be.
space or whatever it is, realm.
Yeah, I choose to think
however
about
you
how
want
it
to
won't
call
go
it,
bad, and it will be
would allow
perfectly
some
fine.
shelter potentially
I
from the monastery.
don't really
monastery
understand the
will
shimmering
at some
nothing, but
point
from
hit
what I've
here,
gathered,
and
I'm
thus their
more
portals, which are
concerned about going in there.
certainly magical in nature. will
And anyone
close
else in
temporarily.
turn.
What do you
So-
expect to see in there?
Right. You can call me Tasari.
Sorry, no
I have
name
heard
behind
it
that.
said that it can be used
I mean,
as
I
a way
wouldn't be
to weaponize
Tasari
them.
Durem, but Tasari is fine.
Shades and boxes like Clover was.
Any
It's the
significance
black
of
market.
knowing
They're
the
not
name
the
Durem?
nicest of people, but
That's
they
why
have
I've
a
not
common
listened
enemy
directly
with
from them.
us.
I've
No.
never interacted with one
That's
directly.
why I'm concerned about us going in
Then,
there.
first and foremost, I'd like to offer my condolences. I heard what happened to your
Like, you know, if
significant
you went in
other.
there, I'm quite certain
Thank
you
you.
feel
But I think I'm gonna go back to
inclined
Kalypsia
to
for tonight.
change things.
Yeah, I think
I'm sure I'm gonna go
need
in
to
there
get
and
some
see
sleep.
stuff I don't agree with. You know, I'm not gonna start
Sure.
anything.
I don't know how long you were here for the
They're
conversation.
giving us information to fight either.
Hardly.
Aetherbane is our enemy.
That's a lot of information.
I
Right.
wish to suppose gaining on this thing another day. I don't have any great contexts. All my questions will be ill prepared,
I feel
so I'd rather not.
these are all the things we've been learning and stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yes, and certainly nobody would ever
Well,
keep
I will be
information
around.
from
Great
people once they.
Regardless, I am
And then
glad to
you can
finally
have
meet the
that
face
in
of,
the conversation.
I suppose, the mind of the Kalypsia, at least.
Certainly a way of putting it.
You're kind of obvious.
I believe it's best you all move quickly.
I wish I had more to say, truthfully.
Well, I'm gonna
If
get
it's
the
your
customers
information
That
for
is quite
your
alright.
sake, that's
Make
one
money.
thing.
I will try to
If it
do
causes
most of the
problems
talking
for
about for
others,
both
I
of us,
suspect
then.
that you will find
Maybe some of the people who
broadly
want to sell my stuff.
quite a
Because I
distance.
don't know what it
We'll
is.
be able to make a sale.
Since you're here, do you know,
Unsavory customers
and I suppose we are short on
I don't know
time
myself on what it is.
with our
So I can't really
location
say
here.
I
Do you know
understand.
perhaps where we will be heading, or at least the general
Fortune to you all.
direction
As
in terms
some
of a
people might
compass?
try to offer you
I
other
truly
things
wish
that
to
you
hide
prepare.
nothing against you.
I would need to get back into contact with some of the engineers and the captain.
What
Okay,
but
fair enough.
happened entirely?
As far as I'm aware right now, the ship can't really fully take off, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that dealt quite the blow.
But this is on your discretion on the things you take.
I imagine not far, though.
Coin
Okay.
or well, material.
So light traveling, at least in terms of
monocrystals.
inertia.
It will be what it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
at least until it's
I do need
repaired
mithril.
more
Hopefully they
thoroughly.
have mithril.
But
I kind
we'll
of
see.
bought all the mithril here, and I'm kind of I don't
Very
know
well.
if I'd have money to buy mithril right now, but
You make an offer another thing besides money. Maybe your talents.
I do have a lot of those.
I've had a few introduce themselves and what they do aboard the ship.
Then I'm pretty sure
Please
you'll
tell me you're
find
talking just about just runesmithing and...
Many talents.
Okay.
Just mainly asking if you have an occupation aboard the Kalypsia.
And flying.
I thought
is
that's what you were
certainly
getting at, but I didn't want to imply. I am just a mere barkeep, to be quite honest.
I don't need help. I don't need help. I don't need help.
You say me like it's a
I'm quite
I
certain
choose not to
flying
fly.
would-
It's a choice
Well,
I
small
make.
job.
in terms of what I suppose
Why do you
others
choose
do,
not to
they're a little more
'Cause why would I? I
dignified.
mean, I have
There's
two
like
perfectly good legs.
librarians,
I can go wherever I want. Why would I
runesmithing.
fly?
I believe it
If I
is
fly, I could get hit by
not
like a
as
gust of
equal
wind and
to
fall
other
and like
or
hit
on
my
par with
head or
them.
like break my bones.
I
and
simply
die. Like, why would I take that
pass
unnecessary
over food
risk?
and
I'm just
drinks.
smart. I have survival instinct.
I mean,
If you're
I guess I
walking, there's a chance
understand
you
what
might
you
slip and
mean,
fall.
but
That's less likely.
And a gust of wind might push you over.
And also slipping
I-
and
You have a
falling
dream.
hurt me
Still
as much
relatively
as
important.
falling from the sky.
Did you have the dream?
That's like way
Yeah,
higher
too.
and you break way more.
It takes you,
No, you.
I guess, one wrong
Oh,
Did you
to
have
me.
the dream?
something valuable. A
no.
weapon, maybe something beloved to you,
That's
or
so much less likely though.
But you could also catch yourself if you're falling. Let's say
Why
you
would I ever?
absolutely trip
Why would
and
I
fall
ever
off
be
that bridge over
falling? That won't happen.
There are many people who have
How
been
can you
brought
say so?
here. Not all who
I'm
have
very
the
good on my
dream
legs.
are
I don't trip and fall off bridges.
of distinction, as you put it.
I still say we should try and give you at least a teaching of sorts.
And I don't think I was
No,
talking in
I
terms of the
don't-
dream.
I don't think that's.
I was curious.
No, I'm not
If you'd
interested.
had it, then my point was that someone
how
brought
do you
you,
normally avoid getting hurt?
or thought that your presence might be of value.
What do you mean? Avoid getting hurt? Like
I suppose
Someone
fair
would swing
enough
at
in
you,
that
what do you
regard.
normally do?
I try to
Oh, I
dodge.
think I
move out of
just-
the way.
Sort of sweet talk my way in.
I mean, I need
It's
the
not
mithril to
an
make. I'm making
exclusive
armor
club.
currently. So,
Half of the people maybe have had the
I see.
dream, slightly more. Many haven't. It's
Well, I don't
not
have a lot of ways to block.
negative
like a
thing
dagger
to
and
have
a gun,
not. I
so
simply
I kind of have to dodge.
At this point, I think it goes globally.
I
And I'm not
normally
great
just
with
think
a
I'm
dagger. I'm
shield.
sure I could.
A lot of people have become aware of
I'm
it.
not great with it. So.
But yeah,
Very
there's
large number
there's
of people.
people
Nothing time
If you're afraid
practice
of
will
heights, we
fix.
can help you on that.
people all around.
I'm not
people
afraid
still
of
getting it,
anything.
as far as I'm aware.
I'm.
And yet somehow I thread the needle.
Ah, maybe your time will come.
I think you're lying to yourself.
No.
Then I do hope it
No,
is
I
quite
don't ever do
extravagant.
that.
Extravagant is the word for it.
Well, I just hope it shows something a little less grim, and perhaps some optimism is in order. Maybe a sign we're going in the right direction.
Me?
I guess we'll keep that in mind.
Never. I was smart from day one.
Wait, right, I heard that you are the ones, you were one of them giving to us. Is that still possible?
Don't touch my wings.
Getting the dream.
Touched mine before.
Yeah, I suppose.
Have I? No, I haven't.
Yes.
Was it you or was it someone else? I can never tell.
I
Are
definitely I
you
would never touch
still
a
the source, or do they
touching each other's
can they
wings.
I wouldn't
artificially
touch a
come
woman's
from
wings
others?
without consent.
Then
I
my
mean,
apologies.
so
I
the way
seem to-
I had explained it to the
No,
rest of
no.
the people who were sat here was that there's a couple of
I
us
don't touch wings.
who can facilitate the dream. So
Are you in contact with
So-
these said people?
We should try and teach you
Yes.
a little bit.
No,
That way, if
no,
we're
I
going to be facing
Well,
against a lot of dangerous
like some
things,
sort of
so you
sacred
should at
order.
least get a little bit of knowledge on that.
what do you mean a lot of like, no, I'm
something
fine.
like that, I guess.
We are literally a few of the chosen to
I don't mean to
threats
just
that
say it
harbours our
as such.
future.
It's just
Okay, and a lot of
I don't know.
them
I've only ever
wings
heard of
and
these
can't
things in like
fly,
sort of
so
tales.
why do I? I don't.
Having the aerial
It's
advantage can
completely
be
reasonable, the reaction.
quite useful.
It's fine.
Especially for a gunslinger.
Stop. I'm gonna.
I suppose
No,
the
I
journey
don't. I'm
continues
not
along with the
flying.
dreams.
I'm perfectly fine on the ground. No, no.
How is the dream done? As best I can tell, it's magically impossible.
No.
It
No.
should be, yeah.
It may
Well, I
save
mean-
you
Say that so casually, but yet you do it.
No, I don't think
Oh,
it
wow.
would serve me that
I
well.
believe
mean,
most
I'm
of what
great on
I've
the
been
ground.
telling you
I'm
all
so
is
good on
kind
my
of
feet.
hard to believe. I would
may
hope,
prevent you
but
from getting another black eye in your next fight.
I'm sure we're just glad to get some sort of answer.
Listen, the black eye's fine. I'm
of course.
like honestly, it's nothing.
The short end of it is
Or you
it's
might
a
lose
really
the eye
powerful
entirely next time.
dream magic spell.
I'm not losing an eye. What? No.
But
no.
of course, there's always more to things like that.
No.
Like you
no,
said, it's
no.
it is a bit
No,
odd
no,
that
no,
such thing can reach across the entire world,
no,
hypothetically,
no,
to different people,
no.
specific people.
No.
While
Getting a
I'm
message from one person to another is already an undertaking. Hence,
Mhm.
And
No, it would.
for such
No,
a
it wouldn't.
feat, I'm with the arbitrary belief that we are sort of on the same side. I can sort of imagine that it might cause panic.
Unfortunately, mine
How old are you? I'm not your little. I'm not.
How do you mean? You mean how it's done, or you mean just the dream itself
Yeah.
bouncing around?
Well, I mean, a mage so powerful that they are
Wow,
able to
yeah.
spread this word so globally.
Hmm.
It's just a little something to fear, I suppose. But
Except
that's what I mean
he
is
was
there's
probably
the
scared.
arbitrary
I'm
belief
not
that we're on the
scared.
same
I'm
side.
smart. I'm not. I don't feel like wasting my time learning something. I just
Trying to put things a little lightly, not trying to
You know, it's really just
scare.
putting myself more at risk and in danger. And
Considering there are multiple of us, I mean,
Okay, here's
and like
it's a
what,
lot
like,
easier to
going to
facilitate
actually
something
feel
when the
benefit
person is
from.
close by.
I'm quite certain a few
One
people
person
would be
could do it.
bedazzled by a
But if
flying
you're
man.
extending those abilities across the planet, then either you need some sort of
I think-
alternative source, or
interesting.
you
I
need
think quite a few people are already
Um,
bedazzled by me.
more power, more fuel.
Don't think I need
And
to fly to do
that's
that.
kind of
I've been told quite a lot of
where
stories about
multiple
your
people come
magical
into
shaft, so
casting
I don't
this
know if it's costed
spell.
correctly.
When it was initially cast, it was
It's a
all of
good.
us.
It's a good shaft. It's a good gun.
kind of
Okay.
like an amalgam of sorts.
Why do people keep
Maybe
bringing
not
it up?
the most
You make me sound
Probably
crazy.
safe
it
for
will bedazzle
us at
as well
least,
once you learn to
but
fly.
it worked.
Exactly.
And now it's more like we need to be
no,
close
I-
by.
I'm already good.
So I guess-
Great, actually.
In short term,
Come
it's
on.
multiple people working on one
A
spell
small lesson or two would really benefit you.
and expanding
No, I
that
don't
power
think it would.
that way. Less so than one person did all that.
Trust us. We will make sure you won't fall.
I don't trust. No.
Just
no, not at all.
wondering if some sort of evidence coalesces. Is the ones within your group
Yes.
majority of
You're
Kitsune?
like, let me fall into the sky or something, and you're not gonna.
No,
Of course not.
not that I'm aware
We're
of.
also the people who, you
Hmm,
know,
okay.
feel Well,
Although,
would you not trust the people who
at
made
least
your
for
wounds?
the rest of them, I've never met in person.
Definitely not.
See.
Just because you
So, I mean,
healed
they
doesn't, like,
could
I
have
don't
been
trust
hiding
her
it
at
when
all.
I saw what I saw, but
she's
I don't know.
crazy.
Unfortunately, my method is different from the rest of you. So I guess I'll leave that part of teaching him how to use his wings correctly up to you two.
I mean, I don't mind crazy, but like she did pick me up and fly me up into the air and leave me on like a roof, like one of the first days I was on the Kalypsia. So she's pretty crazy.
We won't do that. I won't do that. We'll try with the basics with you at least.
No. The answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no, and it's gonna be no for all of time. The answer is no in every timeline too.
Thank you again for your time.
Probably. I'm pretty sure on that one.
I bet it's not.
There is no timeline, no any, and not no Leto that flies. There's
Well, Miss, what do you
smart
think?
and-
Was there ever a letter that flew?
do you actually want an answer to that?
The answer is no. Right?
I am.
I'll let you
Yes.
speculate for now.
The answer is no.
Can you actually do that?
That was her answer. She said no.
No, not unless I've seen
Oh,
it.
I was going to say. I'd imagine
If-
doing such a thing is quite exhausting.
There's no Leto that flies, and there never will
I mean,
be
yes,
a Leto
no,
that
I wouldn't do
flies.
it now, but
Not flying.
if I was there to see such a
Not
thing
flying.
at a different point in time or in a different timeline, then I could tell
Hmm.
them. But I will not. Not yet.
Why are you on your knees? I mean, not an unfamiliar sight for me, but why?
Who knows? It might alter something within this timeline. Letting him know that.
That's exactly why I can't say it.
No.
That's why
I
I
mean,
can't
you
say a lot of things.
I mean, you can.
I shouldn't. I can, I shouldn't.
But would you?
I'm not flying.
I will refrain.
Doing
This
it.
is the first time I've seen a letter like this.
That is a given choice.
Hmm.
And choices can change, much like a timeline.
Forward.
And if my
Actually-
decision changes, then I will tell them what I saw.
Actually, I wanted to know, but mainly it's a little embarrassing to admit, but fortune tellers usually often give the airs that the
she just,
future
like,
is
looked
ever
me in the sky
changing
without,
with,
like, she didn't even ask. She
I
just
suppose,
did it
webbing
once,
choices.
and it
Is
was
that
the
true?
worst
Or is
moment
that
of my entire life.
just them trying to milk as much money out of you?
Like, I would take
That is
getting punched
correct.
by a golem.
Although if
again
you met a
over that.
fortune teller with actual chronomancy, I would be a little worried.
If anything, why don't you just try even just...
You know, it's very.
You might never
very
know.
Late. I should probably head back to the ship and help with the repairs and fix my gun and.
Ah, yes.
I'm just saying, if
blade
you're
from
saying
a
the evidence aligns with what you believe in actual chronomancers and fortune tellers, then it's like they sort of gained a
Just a really busy guy.
I suppose, well-hidden knowledge that chronomancers would know,
Yes, I feel them.
and have now breathed that into, I suppose, the occupation.
Someone wants to ask questions, she just doesn't know where to start, and she doesn't want to do it next to someone else.
Forbidden knowledge.
You know, fair enough.
Could you
So,
you opening your wings then?
theoretically,
No, I
each
don't-
fortune tellers
I don't need to
can
prove to you that I can move
or
my
might
wings.
be a chronomancer.
This isn't happening.
We're at like
Yes,
we're at like 0.
that is true. I mean,
Can you tell
well,
by
it's
sniffing
highly
them? Like,
unlikely.
Can you not do so?
you like sniff it out.
Yes, I can.
Pardon?
I'm saying, can you tell chronomancers apart?
I don't need to show you. I can do it.
Yes,
Then that means
but
you
in a very
can't.
specific
If
way.
you would you would
That's
have already
not
done
how
it.
that works. I can do it.
This
I don't lie.
is
Leto
typically how
Mora
it
is not a liar, alright?
my birthmark.
That's a birthmark. I thought that was.
Yes. I guess it is a scar, but I mean, I was born with it.
Oh. You mind if I
Just flexing your muscles.
I know how to do it. I know how
take
to
a
do
closer
it.
look?
I know how to do it.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't need to prove anything.
Pardon the intrusion.
What is he doing?
See, that's a birthmark, but those look like runic inscriptions that someone deliberately has done to your face.
What I mentioned to the others is that chronomancy is not something you can learn, it's something you're born with. I suspect this is why.
Then these
Yeah, I just don't think he's.
marks are hereditary.
Sort of. I wouldn't know if my parents had it.
Is there anything specific about him why you've been afraid to do it?
Wait, is it actually
not
born
afraid.
hereditary, or is it
Why
like
do you keep saying that I'm not
reaching into a
I think it's
bag
more
and
of a chance.
You keep
so it's like reaching into in a bag that you know nothing of,
Or
and
that's signs
perhaps
of being
pulling out
afraid.
whatever.
Right.
Yeah, my boots are steel plated. So I have steel
Can't
soles.
make heads or
so I
tails
don't-
of these runes.
So it
Not that I'm a
I am.
runic mage,
of the
but
dwarves.
usually
As I
at
fear
least
about
I can
falling
recognize
into the
some
sky.
modern ones.
You don't want that to happen.
There it is. He is afraid of falling into the sky. That's why he's never used his wings.
Yeah. Because
Thank
I'm
you.
I mean-
Sorry.
smart and
You're afraid.
Fine.
it's called survive.
You're very fair
It's like
skinned.
being like, oh, so you're
that
afraid
you're
of
afraid
dying?
of
Yeah,
flying.
like why would I not be
You're
afraid
afraid
of
of
dying? What am I
flying.
insane?
No, you're afraid of flying because of your dwarf
I'm not
upbringing.
afraid of
Pretty simple.
flying.
I guess.
I just don't take unnecessary risk.
Well,
you know, I don't do
I
that.
suppose take another one's word for it.
I'm not crazy
Is it
like
going to
you
start
and
flying
yeah,
away?
you.
I will have to.
No, if I open my wings, I'm sure.
Any volunteers?
I'll be fine.
Or
I didn't think you meant from someone
Then why are you
here.
going to combat? I feel for
wasn't
the
listening.
What is
Something
what
about
kind
fair
of-
skin.
Everybody is afraid of dying.
I'm saying you
unless
have
you're a psychopath.
you have nice skin. It's
Then why
very
throw yourself in
smooth.
combat?
Because I have what
I try to take care of it,
to
thank
help
you.
people
It's noticed.
to stop the end of the
fine.
Or are you gonna
world.
ask for the skincare routine next?
I don't need to fly to do those things.
I might.
I can give you it.
I would disagree.
I'll make a list if you really want it.
There, you could just fly
It has a
and watch
list.
Shut up.
It's not a long list, but you know, a list of,
Listen.
you know.
Listen.
Okay.
You don't need to fly.
I thought I was
to
gonna have to
help
jump
people,
through
and I
hoops.
think that's evident by how many
No.
people here can't fly and how they
That's
help
too
people.
much.
And I don't need
It's
to
true,
fly.
but you're limiting yourself.
I'd believe it though.
I'm not limiting myself. I'm going.
Well, then maybe I'll make you jump through
I'm gonna
hoops.
go back to the ship.
Fun of it.
Well, I mean, as in like
Work.
you
I have
go
other
through such
important
taxing
things
means to
focus
take
on
care of
and work
yourself.
on and learn that are actually important.
Self-care is important.
Unlike this, you know.
Of course, Leto.
Unless it stresses you out, then you do.
We'll start training in the morning then.
No, I'm very busy. I got
Do you think
so
it
many
equalizes out
commissions
the
and I gotta learn some
like self-care?
Definitely.
Maybe it might.
Okay.
Please.
No.
If possible, I'd like to ask you some questions aside.
Concern. We just would like to at least help you
By all means.
I'll leave you to it.
get over your fear.
And it was nice talking with you, Miss. Forgot what was it again? Forgive me.
So sorry.
Tesla.
I'm gonna talk to her before I go, and you
That's
all
fine.
can
I'll try
do
to
whatever you're gonna do.
Oh, I also need
this
to talk to her too,
conversation's over.
privately, so.
No. Well,
Looks like you're
fine. Then you can wait.
gaining quite the line.
I expected it.
So you really
So,
open them up, huh?
I've been a little in and out of the conversation. A lot of it is
Only in a closed space where there's no.
bewildering to hear, to say the least.
Bye, Jasper.
I take it you're the one who gave me that strange vision that one day.
That would be
a
correct.
drinking night for you now.
Every day is
Is there a reason why exactly, or is it just the general vague reason like you gave before?
Well,
It is
my
a
vague
trivial
reason
fact.
is the
You can make it
reason.
small now if you wish.
I'm gonna sit over here.
We
It's a
don't
nice
really.
stool. Very square stool.
So I've heard that there are people who don't quite like some of the things that you are involved
I define this as in the fourth dimension.
in. We
putting it
will
lightly.
look past that because there is value in some of it.
Really?
It is the unfortunate truth.
Our character massaging the wings.
You do know
don't do that.
what I do and why, right?
Don't do that.
I don't know the why.
Stop! Stop it!
And I have
Don't touch my wings.
hints as to what you do.
You have an enemy on two fronts.
Interesting. Well,
Enemy around all of you, but a good enemy.
I don't know if you can give me an answer to this, but
When you're like this, Letter, got to be honest.
I'm not adorable. It's not a thing that
you seem to be,
class of.
unfortunately, extremely knowledgeable compared to everyone else.
My wings are very sensitive. Don't touch
What do you know about hexes and removing them?
Stop it!
I am not well versed in hexes. Definitely not removing them. But that doesn't mean it's not something I could catch a trail on.
You're most likely that sensitive because you haven't been using
I do require some help with that. If it is possible,
Oh, we mess, do you?
I suppose maybe I'll feel a little more comfortable with this whole situation.
If there's anything I can find, even a lead, then I have no reason not to tell you. I feel like I'd be a bit of a hypocrite. If not, so.
Well, you are an elf, respectfully.
Not quite what I meant, but
They're going to keep pestering you
Sure.
until you give in.
You know, maybe we'll do this speak and take.
Don't think any other question I have you
Maybe
would
that's
be
the
willing
thing.
to answer for reasons of obstructing the timeline. So I will leave it there. And, right. Good talk.
very well then.
Taking the word of an elf, what am I doing? She definitely wouldn't have answered that question. Even if she knew where they were. motives are my own, and they do not serve towards the greater purpose of the world. And now I've confided in an elf, and I'm waiting, and I'm hoping for an answer from one. And I'm having to trust in one. And they're the one who invaded my mind. Ridiculous. What am I doing? I'll let Fiora know of this.
Just like, I don't feel like it. What a great reason.
Just no. It takes time. I'm lazy.
What if I didn't?
Yeah. That's why I only do like bits and pieces. I can take them off when I wanna.
How was the eavesdropping?
What if 4 legs instead of 2?
When exactly?
Centaur shade. Let's go.
When Seth was talking with Jay.
Hamburger, cheeseburger.
Yeah, we were eavesdropping.
Yeah, no, I know that. I heard you.
We were just like right next to you guys. Feel the dumbest shit.
Yeah, you were in the pillar right next to you. So.
That's just Viola.
I heard you in character. I was like, let's see what.
What if?
Nothing really important.
Car door, hook hand.
God.
It's not a question.
It's so dumb.
What if?
And be a Sam.
Yeah.
What if enter Sandman?
Nope.
I'm gonna go on my stream because I gotta do some admin stuff. Fuck.
The wrong up, and it's not up.
Yeah.
Chat, thanks for watching. Hope you like the stream despite the scuff. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and set up my computer again, or at least fix up this stuff. If I can fix up this laptop first, then it'll be better.
As kitty cat, but we got caught up in a conversation here.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm just ending my stream right now because I need to do admin stuff.
No worries.
We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow there should be meat rack and a mission with Liberty. Depending on if I go to ND or not. Meat rack, that is. But yeah. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed. Take care. Bye-bye.